Okay, there we go. We are live. Salutations to the peoples. Welcome to the channel. I think we're gonna wait a little bit for people to come in since we just started, and also replay and all the things. But hello, peoples. Welcome to another reading sprint. Joined by me, and then there we go. Joined by my wonderful returning guest, Dana. Would you like to introduce yourself,
Hello.
Dana?
Yeah, I'm Dana. At Dana's Lit List. Only on Instagram and YouTube. Maybe I'll come back there one day. But yeah, on Instagram, I read everything. Yep.
Yep. And also to let people know as well, as far as Dana and I's reading taste, we tend to pretty much align, I think, for the most part.
Yeah, I think a lot of our genres overlap for sure.
Mm-hmm. And also things that we like within these genres, I think there tends to be
Yes.
some pretty good overlap.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
Dana, want to tell to the peoples what you will be reading?
Yes, I'm going to be starting My Dark Vanessa today on audio. So you'll see me probably playing my Switch while I listen. And or taking notes. And then I might be switching over to a digital copy of Dungeon Meshi or Delicious in Dungeon, which is a manga.
Alrighty. For me, I mean, it's also my little header there, but I am going to be reading The Woods All Black by Lee Mandello. This is Lee Mandello's newest release. It came out March 19th. It's a novella here. This is parts historical horror and also trans romance. And it takes place in 1920s. How do you pronounce this place? Appalachia? Yeah, like the Appalachian Mountain like range, like in Kentucky specifically. It takes place 1929, so actually very late 1920s. Yes, we follow a trans man who is pretty much part of like this nurse program, goes to a small town in Kentucky, and tries to like do nurse things, like deliver babies if need be, vaccination, all the things. But there's definitely something really odd with the town. I mean, first of all, there's a lot of religious bigotry, so especially as a queer person, and so if you're not still trying to do with some certain like religious bigotry along with transphobia, maybe pass on this novella. Personally, if that's your thing, if that's not your thing, but it's definitely a lot regarding like small town religious bigotry, isolation, trans survival kind of a story. And also this seems to be like a revenge plot, not really particularly with the main character, but there is a side character that the main character ends up most likely in a romance with, at least some sort of attraction to, at least, that is also trans. So it's a trans romance that trying to like the revenge as far as the small town because of the way that this person has been treated in the small town. So yeah, it's definitely a lot though, for sure. Content warnings for transphobia, religious bigotry, pregnancy, sexual assault, minor bit on an abortion, and there's a little bit of sexual content in here as well. I'm trying to think. I think that's all the main content warnings I can think off the top of my head. I'm not done with it. I'm mostly done on page 120 out of like 150, so I have like 30 pages left. So I'm definitely planning on finishing this novella in these sprints. But after that, I think I'm definitely going to pivot because, this book is this looks a lot right now. I'm like, oh gosh, my brain on this one. But I think I'll probably pivot to There by Tommy Orange because I actually have the audiobook, and the audiobook is due from my library. And if y'all do not know, it's written by an Indigenous man. It's a contemporary lit fic following multiple Indigenous people, and I think it's kind of like a vignette kind of style, but they all come together because I think they're supposed to something about a powwow together. I think towards the end, that's kind of all I know, and I think that's all I really need to know. It's like 12 different people, they congregate together at some point from a powwow. I don't know how or why just yet, but yeah, that's where we're at. These are going to be my 2 books, unless I pivot to something else because I also have other books. I have arcs to read as well, so that's our possible to be read.
I have had There on my TBR for such a long time.
Dang.
I want to read it. It's on there.
Yeah, I actually was thought I've been seeing there, but I haven't really had the urge to necessarily pick it up until Wandering Stars came out, and I actually recently subscribed to Arvox, so they had that as a pick for the month. And I
Okay.
did not know Wandering Stars was a follow-up to There. So I was like, well, now I need to get a copy of There so I
Oh.
can read it, because I
Mhm.
don't know necessarily where the overlap is between the two books, but I
Mhm.
do know at least that there will at least be some sort of similarity. So I was like, let me just try There. And so
So
far, I really
did he read the other one first?
no, I didn't read
Oh, okay.
Wandering Stars yet. I want to start with There first, just
Yeah.
in case.
Yeah.
So I think I'm about 50 pages into this one, and I do really like the writing style. I do like the audiobook narration as well. So recommend the audiobook if y'all are interested in. And yeah, that's where we're at. But for all I know, I could definitely pivot to something else because I'm reading multiple books right now, but you know what? That's just where we at mentally. We're just reading like more than 5 books, which I'm like, that's not a good idea to do. But you know what?
I
We're
do that
here.
all the time. I think I have I was like, I'm gonna reread Hamnet this month, and it's still sitting in my story graph at like 3% because I haven't picked it up.
That's the thing about rereads. I'm like, dang, I want to read so many things, but I'm not caught a rereader person. I'm trying to get into it. Like, I actually finally started to do a reread of The Starless Sea, Masters of Death, but now I'm just like, am I even in the mood to reread these books right now?
I only like to reread if I'm gonna annotate. I've realized that helps me a lot. I think the only book I think there's probably 5 books that I've reread in my lifetime, and that would have been like Anne of Green Gables, Little Women, Babel. I've actually read Babel 3 times.
Oh,
So,
dang.
um, and then Watership Down. I think I've read that one a couple times, but only if I annotate. I found out that really helps me.
Yeah, because that's what I'm doing with like The Starless Sea and Masters of Death. I specifically wanted to reread The Starless Sea because I was trying to see if I were to reread it, would I be able to understand more of it, since the first time I didn't really enjoy
Mhm.
it, but I didn't fully understand it. So I was like, maybe I can
Yes.
reread it and understand it. And also, I wanted to keep note of a certain thing that kept showing up. Actually, it takes me two things. Actually, it takes me two things. The amount of times I saw Zachary Ezra Rollins so many times, I want to actually count how many times that book said his full name so many times. But also, I wanted to keep track of the Harry Potter references, because I remember the first time I read through, there were a few Harry Potter references. I'm like, see, you know what? I can't even give you a 5-star because of this. So I'm gonna reread it to also do count, because I'm just petty like that.
I always get that book, the Starless Sea one, confused with another book, but I can't remember what the other book is. And I always get them confused, and they're not at all similar. I just, in my head, I think that they're the same book. I wish I could think of what the other one was, but whenever I see one, I'm like, oh, nope, not the same one. I do that with The Night Circus and Caraval.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
I always think
yeah.
those are the same book, and so I'll see someone like really highly praise The Night Circus, but all I'm thinking is Caraval, and I think of Rachel from Reads with Rachel, her video talking about it, and I'm like, it can't be. That's not the same book. I know you guys aren't praising Caraval, but they're not. They're talking about The Night Circus.
Maybe you're thinking of maybe the Strange the Dreamer by Laini Taylor with Starless Sea, because I think they tend to be pretty comparable.
Are the covers similar?
Hold up, let me actually get both the books. Hold up.
I don't know. I can't. I've not read either book, so it's very possible that I'm fully just conflating 2 books that are not.
Okay, so this is the Starless Sea. This is the U.S. hardcover. It's very different to the U.S. paperback for some reason. I don't know why covers are different. So this Starless Sea, and then this is the this is the hardcover of Strange the Dreamer by Laini Taylor. U.S. hardcover.
I don't think so. Whenever I see the Starless Sea cover, it reminds me of something else, and I don't know what it is. And it's gonna bother me. I'll think about it at some other random point in time, and I'll sit up in bed thinking, "Oh, that's it."
Actually, I'm really curious what you would think, because honestly, whenever I think of the Starless Sea, I think synonymously with Strange the Dreamer, because people who have read both really love the writing style of both and think that the vibes of both are really comparable. Hence why I even got Strange the Dreamer, because I did really like the Starless Sea and I wanted this particular cover, because US paperback, I don't know who the cover designer was. I don't know who saw a mock-up of that cover and thought, yes, after this cover, we're going to go with the US paperback cover. I don't understand that.
And what's that one look like?
Hold on. Let me
I want to see.
because I don't understand. Because I read this book and I'm like, why is the cover like this? Hold on, let me find it. Okay, I found it. Hold on, let me present the screen. Where's anything? Okay,
I'm so excited to see. Oh,
that's the cover for it versus like something like this. And I'm like, I don't like it. I really don't. I don't like this keyhole thing with the way the sea. I'm like, it's giving more like an actual literal like sea kind of thing, which I'm like, it kind of is like that, but like I feel like
it feels
this,
like
I don't
a
know.
different genre.
Yeah.
Like that to me, if I saw that cover, like the one with the keyhole and like I would think more high fantasy.
Right. Kind of like the Adventures of Amina al-Sarafi kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I'm like, that's not really what it is. And that's, hold on, let me stop. That's why I'm like, this cover makes sense because it's giving more like, you're not quite certain what it really is. You just see a lot of keys and ribbons. Well, I'm like, that's kind of the story because you don't really know what's really actually going on. You don't know if this is like a dream. You don't know like what's really happening. You're just trying to go with like the vibe and the journey, which is pretty much the point of it.
The book.
Like the Starless Sea is not as literal as like an actual like sea. It's more metaphorical. At least that's how I interpret it, to be very metaphorical, up for interpretation. So that's why I didn't like that particular cover, and that's why I had to find this one on Penguin because I refuse.
Yes, I did that with The Wheel of Time. So for the first book of The Wheel of Time, I could not stand because it's now not Netflix, it's an Amazon series, so all the book covers are like changed to like the TV show.
Oh,
and I was like, I hate these covers. I had to go to thrift books to find an original cover of like the actual illustrated cover, and it still has the stupid Amazon, and it's not even a sticker, so I can't take it off.
Oh,
it's like,
man.
But the cover's better. I don't like movie covers.
No.
It's okay. I promise you, readers can tell the difference. Like, readers don't need you to put like the movie poster on a book for us to connect the dots.
But then again, maybe it's not for the movie. Maybe it's not for the readers. That's it's more for the movie watchers who wanted to read the book. And you're just like,
well, stop it.
Like, for real. Okay. Oh, look, so we got some comments. Let me just catch up. Hello, Leslie. Happy Thursday. Hey, Bree. Hello. Hey, Nats. How y'all doing on this nice Thursday? Hopefully it's nice for y'all, aliens.
Yeah.
I'm having a bad head day, so I'm just hanging out with y'all. Probably not reading much. That's okay. That's what these sprints are for. They're not usually always for reading. Sometimes you're just here for vibes, and you just want a space where you can just vibe with some ambiance. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, and we're the ambiance.
Exactly. I put the Starless Sea on my magical readathon TPR this month, and then between the doctor appointments and med changes, those plans fell through. But I want to try to just do it on my own next month. I think that's fair. It's definitely a book, though. I think that because also it's pretty long, honestly. How many pages is this? It's nearly 500 pages. Woo! So it's a lengthy book. I do kind of actually recommend the audiobook though as well if you are able to get through audiobooks because it is there's multiple narrators because
I love that.
The way that this book is structured, it has multiple parts and each part is kind of like this. It gets way more whimsical in each part because it's a whole thing. So there's a different narrator for each part, and then we have the narrator for like the Zachary's part as well. It's very layered. So I think the multiple narrators will help to differentiate what part of the story you are, which I appreciate, and I feel like more books need to do that.
I love a good multiple narrator.
Yes. And I mean like full cast. I'm like, we have multiple narrators. So I think if that helps with you, Nat, maybe if you can at least get the audiobook or maybe just read it physically, whichever way, then hopefully that will help. But yeah, definitely sucks though with that head day though. Oh, because I had a cool vlog plan for it. Ooh.
Look, Nat, if you ever decide to do it, I'll watch the video.
Hey, I'll watch the video too. Even I want to even vlog my reread experience because I'm also going to annotate it as well. So I don't know when that video is going to come. I mean, look, y'all, I always have plans. I'm like, oh yeah, I want to read this book, make it into like a reading vlog or maybe a theme reading vlog or a book review. I don't know when that video is going to come out. It's going to come out this year. Who knows? Maybe they'll come out the next year. Who knows?
I always have good ideas. Like, oh yeah, a reading vlog would be so cool. And then it's just me like at the books. I don't feel like it's very interesting. It's just going to be me yelling at the camera, which I'm sure some people love, but
I mean, I do. In tandem with the Asian readathon, May might be too ambitious. Right. Yeah,
readathons, I've realized, unless I have like the momentum to keep going, they don't work for me. It's like the pressure of having like a set TBR just is not for me. But I love getting recommendations though from other people because they'll do readathons, and I'm like, okay, well, we're just gonna add all these books to my TBR eventually. But readathons stress me out.
The thing about readathons for me is that it has to be a really long one because, like, since I'm such a mood reader, and also for some reason, even within a month, I don't know if it's a mental state, I don't know if it's a mood swing or just reading mood. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, the first week of the month is so hard for me to be reading anything, let alone even finish a book. So I'll be glad if I even finish one book in the first week of May for the Asian readathon, and then usually the end of the month. I think that's like 2 days, the 2 days left of the month. It's where I'm like, I feel kind of tired. I don't think I want to read anymore. Maybe I should start planning my wrap up. And I'm like, bro, you have 2 days left. Read another book if you can.
I don't count those last 2 days. I never like my because I put my templates up every the last 2 days. If I finish a book in the last 2 days, I don't count it for that month. I always put it in the next because I'm like, not gonna worry about it. Those last 2 days don't exist in the month ever.
Yep. And that's why I rarely participate. Well, not like rarely, but that's why I don't participate as many readathons. I only participate in the readathons where I know it gives me leeway to mood read. So like Blackathon, Asian readathon. I do want to participate in the full moon readathon if it's like 2 weeks, since that's like just in the first half of like August. Even if I don't finish that TBR, I'm like, look, if I don't finish it in those 2 weeks of August, consider it an August TBR because I want to read all the books, whatever. Yeah, and then I want to participate in Blackoween.
I'm also such a mood reader, so I feel that it's like I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I can't. The rigid structure, it's too hard.
Yep, and there better be some prompts that gives me leeway too, because I might be cheating.
I will cheat. 110%.
Yep. Yeah, typically UK covers look better than US covers. I don't know the reasoning behind it. The thing is, though, is that this is literally the US hardcover, and that one was a US paperback. The UK actually has 2 separate covers as well for their paperback and hardcover, but they both are actually really good. Hold on, let me also share that cover real quick. Where is anything? Okay, so here we are. Right. So this is like the UK hardcover because they even had like a special limited edition where the sprayed edges are it had the B it had I think a key B and sword on the edge, which I think was really cool, even though I personally do not like the order of it. It should always be the B key and sword, not key B sword. I always I'm very
have to think about, I think just from like the realism of like size.
Right.
Like that's just gonna look better to have it.
Yeah, I know for art, but still, for someone who like read the book and really enjoyed it.
Oh, okay, like, so if it matters in the text of the book, yes.
Because they always say B, key, and sword. They always say it like
there.
That. Like it's right there. I'm like, why is it? I don't know. Anyways,
I understand. That would bother me.
Look, I get it though. I get it for to spray it for the evenness right there. Yeah. It makes sense because of the way the key and the sword is with the B, but like still order. But anyways, that's
like that cover.
Yeah,
I love this really cover. Cool.
Yeah, even if you try to like look forward to purchase it, it's crazy expensive because it's very rare. They're not reprinted it. So, and then this is the paperback cover for it.
That's not bad. I still prefer that one over the keyhole.
Yes.
One. That one's really cool.
Yeah, this one I don't understand, but this one makes way sense because it has the keys and the ribbons just like the US hardcover, but then it has an color.
Same color scheme too.
And then there's an owl on there too, which also fits to the story. There's a whole thing regarding the Owl King in the book, that's his own thing. And it literally the covers for the UK make sense. It's just this particular US paperback that I'm like, it's not fitting the right vibe.
And I'm not even mad at this cover because I like this cover, just not for the genre from like what I feel the Starless Sea, like from what I know about it. Just not for that one. Like, this feels historical fantasy-ish to me.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I like it, just not for this book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Why do we have just stuff for movie watchers who can't just do a simple Google search? Thank you, Nat. Thank you. This is the comment.
Just look at the author. Just write down the author's name.
Yeah. Oh, I did try the audiobook, and one of the narrators' voice is too deep for my deaf ears. Even have the book in front of me. My ears are still trying to do the work. It's mental. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I think one of the narrators, Dion Graham, I really love his narration. I really love his voice, but he does have a very deep voice to the point that I feel like I have to increase the volume a little bit and slow down the speed as well because of how deep and the way that definitely makes sense. Yeah. Definitely too deep. So that's understandable. I was going to go for the crafts mage and or thread mage careers and make it like combo reading and craft flow. Ooh, that sounds way fun.
Okay, now if you are feeling up to it in the future, I really would love to watch that video.
Me too. I'm like, yes, reading and crafting.
So fun.
Yes. Ooh, and also, what kind of craft would you do?
Now I'm curious. I've been wanting to get into like paint with numbers because I listen to so many books now that I always need something to do with my hands. And I think that'd be a really fun activity to be like to paint, do paint with numbers and listen to an audiobook. I think that'd be really nice.
Yeah, even for me, I'm trying to get back into like crocheting. I even have so much yarn. I have done a little bit of crocheting because even like this blanket here, I literally crocheted this. Oh, you also got some yarn.
I gave up. I tried teaching myself how to crochet and I got so frustrated trying to figure out how to do the basic knot. I was like,
I just did YouTube. I was like, okay, so how to crochet for beginners?
And I slowed it down. I had it at like 0.5 speed. I'm like, and then we twist it and we pull it. I was like, forget it. I'm not patient enough, I don't think, but
well,
I might try cross stitching though. I think I want to try that. I think that would be fun to learn.
Okay. All right. Can't do short readathons, chronic illness, especially come because like a week-long readathon, it might feel shitty that whole week. Yep.
Nat, yes. I feel you.
Oof, I can't do it either because like something can happen to me in a week and I'm like, nope, I'm not. Yep. Nope. Even with me, no.
Like this last like 2 weeks, I've been getting pain flares and it's knocked me on my butt. I was like, there's no way if I was like participating in a readathon, it would not be happening.
Nope.
At all. And then I feel bad because if I say I'm going to participate in a readathon and then I don't, I always feel bad, even though no one really like cares. Like they're not going to be upset with me, but I'm always like, I didn't keep my promise.
Right. It's just the personal. It's feels personal for you, you know.
Exactly.
UK paperback art for the Night Service and the Service is my favorite. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the cover artists are like the same. Like they're very similar in design, and I think that's really good for cohesiveness for an author for having those paperbacks be similar. I do like those too. Oh, okay, y'all posted. Thanks.
Was it the US paperback that you said you liked better?
No, it's
UK paperback. UK paperback. I'm looking it up.
It's very similar in design. It's really pretty.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So fun fact, that is the book that I thought was The Starless Sea.
I mean, they're from the same author, so like you're not far off.
I feel vindicated that it's the same author.
Look, it's the same author, so like technically speaking, you're not fully wrong.
So not only have I always thought people were talking about the Night Circus when they're talking about Caraval, I've also thought they've been talking about the Night Circus. I mean, the Starless Sea.
But the thing is, though, is like I feel like the Night Circus is more grounded in reality than the Starless Sea. Like the Starless Sea is so whimsical, you're really not even sure if this is like real or not. It's very magical to the point of it being like, is it fantasy? But also like, is some part of it is kind of grounded in some sort of reality. At the same time, it's very, very interesting. It's giving like I think what's the kind of fantasy? Is it portal fantasy kind of thing? Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's the kind of fantasy it is. Because like the Night Circus, for some, at least on Stargate, for some reason, it kind of tag it also as like a magical realism, which I'm like, I don't know if that quite fits it.
Mm-hmm.
Or like it's definitely whimsical, but like the Starlit Sea is like giving portal fantasy. And if you go whimsy and portal fantasy, that's its own thing.
That's a lot like I'm so bad. I'm always like, oh, it's like that one book.
Well,
I'll find it later. I'll go I'll go through my story graph. I'll find it later.
Right. So yeah, that will keep us posted in that vlog. So many crafts, knitting, crochet, jewelry making. I just got into polymer clay. My brother got me a needle felting kit for my birthday. Ooh.
Each clip of the vlog is Nat doing a different craft.
I mean, that'll keep me interested.
Same book, different craft.
Yes. I would love to watch that journey with embroidery, sewing. I have too many hobbies.
No such thing. No such thing.
Yeah, there's no such thing as too many hobbies. Hobby's a hobby.
Yeah. Yeah, no such thing as too many hobbies.
Nope. Let's see. How long should our first sprint be? Any preference?
I like slightly longer ones, so if we want to do like 30 or 40 minutes, but I'm always whatever's best for everybody else is fine.
I'm trying to be more of like a long sprint to the point I feel like maybe this is not a sprint, maybe this is a marathon. Like Free from Log Petition, she does marathons. And honestly,
new genre, new reading marathons.
I mean, I want to get a lot of stuff done. I want to get a lot of reading done. And also, it might take me a while to read The Woods All Black, because for some reason, I've been slowly reading this book. Even though it's a novella, it's 150 pages, and yet it's taking me so long to read it. And I don't know if it's like, I mean, I think it's a combination of my mental state with like my reading mood, but also I feel like the writing style of this book is not.
And it's heavy. It sounds very heavy too.
It is. It feels heavy because it is about, it is a revenge story, but it's also survival in this particular time period in Kentucky, and you're trans and you're just trying to like survive without trying to get, like you're trying not to be, and there's people with the church, and I'm like, see, look though, it's to the point. The religious bigotry is so much to the point like there was actual Bible verses being said from the preacher character to this person, even in a church service. And I said, see, you know what? I did not come here for all of this, but you know what? I'm going to keep reading because I'm intrigued because it's a horror, but geez, that is just horrifying in and of itself.
Me and my religiously traumatized self going,
yeah.
I love good old religious trauma in books and media. And then I sit there like, why do I do that to myself?
Like, for real. Like, if I truly believe, like, if you're a fan of Hell Follow With Us by Andrew Joseph White, read something like this, because this is like the adult version of that, except for the body horror part. It's not that kind of horror, but it's pretty much, I think, pretty comparable. Like, if you're a fan of that, you could read this.
I'm adding it to the list.
Yep, but definitely prepare yourself though with the religious bigotry and the transphobia. So just to let people know about that one.
Always always check the trigger warnings. Always.
Yep.
That's also my caveat to say. When you do read the Louise Ortega survival guide, I do check the trigger warnings for that one. It's a little. There are some parts that I feel like are a little heavier than the Lesbianas guide.
I can imagine, because I did look up the synopsis for it, and I was like, yeah, that does seem a little okay. That's why I was kind of hesitant to even go straight to that, because I was like, I should read that one. I'm like, wait.
It's handled really well. It's written really well, and with like obviously like a lot of care. But trigger warning. I feel like that one is more heavy than the Lesbianas Guide to Catholic School. So
yeah, that definitely makes sense. Especially when I read Gigi's review of it, I was like, yeah, this does seem a little bit more heavier.
I wanted to inflict violence upon that character so bad. I was like, oh.
Sounds very well deserved.
Sometimes it's okay.
Sometimes
it's okay.
Reed says 105 minutes. That is an hour and 25. Yeah. That's a long one, Bree. I don't know. We can do 105.
A long one.
Wait, hold on. That's not right. That's 100. Oh wait, hope I did my math wrong. It's not an hour and 25. No, that's wrong. That's an hour and 45 minutes. I was off by like 20
minutes. Was not going to correct you because there's no way I'm converting that in my head the right way. I can't do math.
I can only do some math. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I know to do my math. And then other times I'm like, I don't know if I'm just lazy, but I don't know if I do math. Oh my gosh. Oh my gee, I just remember I have a video scheduled to post in like
Ooh.
an hour. Ooh, hope I don't forget to post about it on Instagram. Okay, well then I gotta keep an eye out then for your video.
Yeah.
Very, very curious. Oh yeah, religious horror always gets me heated, but I still love it. It's just be like that. But anyways, hi Skylar Wise. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, religious horror. It's so fascinating for me with regarding religious horror. Especially since I don't read so much of it. At least not nowadays, even though it's weird because I'm like, I feel like I love horror, but also I don't read a lot of it at the same time.
I've realized I'm very picky with my
Yes.
horror at this point, and I don't know why that is. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's also because I've been more diverse in the authors I've been reading, and like their backgrounds. So now I can't just settle for a lot of popular, mediocre, white authored horror. I've realized doesn't hit as good.
Yeah.
So I've become a lot more picky about what I read horror wise.
Yep. Yep. Oh, hello, words from the void. Welcome, welcome. Okay, Ray said 70 minutes. I think 70 minutes is more manageable. We can do a 70. I just need to find a timer though. I was originally supposed to it was originally supposed to go up tomorrow, but I was able to caption yesterday. So I was like, I guess I posted today, but now I've confused myself. Oh, that's good though. All right, looking forward to that. Let's see. So I gotta figure out let's see our ambiance, but also like, well, if we do 70 minutes. I mean, do you mind a 70-minute or do you want to go a little bit shorter?
That's fine.
Okay.
No, 70 minutes is good.
Okay. Let me see if I can find, because I know Bree from Love Petition, she has timers, but I think the longest, actually, no, wait. She actually recently posted, where is anything I do today? Where is anything? I'm trying to find stuff. Sorry, y'all. I have to like look through too many things.
You're good. I have to pull up what I'm reading, so
okay. Is it nope, that's the wrong one. Okay, so yeah, she recently posted like a 90-minute timer and it has like vibe music stuff. So even though that's longer than 70 minutes, but would you mind a 90-minute one instead?
90 minutes also works.
Okay. Yeah, so I really want to try out her timers because like I don't know, Rhea always posts some good timers and I like that. So like, let me get that. Nope, don't do that. Nope, please. Ads. Trying to get all the stuff together, and then this is what they do to me. Why? Okay. Oh. Where? Okay, come on. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna leave it alone. Anyways. Yes, Nat also agrees. Love Breeze timers indeed. Let's see. Let me share the screen. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it will literally just go from 0 to 90 and has different genres of music. So yes, I shall see you all in like 90 minutes. So, read, be productive, chill vibe with the music and stuff. And when the timer goes off, we shall reconvene. Anyways, happy reading, chilling, vibing, productivity. Mm-hmm.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
Procreate Dreams is finally out, which is so exciting, and a lot of you have been asking for tips and tricks on how to get started using
I want to stay under the sun, sing with the birds and be no one, hiding inside my lemon tree. What are those things that I am free? I want to stay under the moon, watching the earth and be in tune. Now everything looks so small. Are you free to have it all? Stick it out down, stick it out down, stick it out down, stick it out down. I want to stay under the sun, sing with the birds and be no one, hiding inside my lemon tree. One of those days that I am free. I want to stay under the moon, watching the earth and be in tune. Now everything looks so small. I am free to have it all. Stick it out down, stick it out down, stick it out down, stick it out down.
Pango Books is the marketplace for book lovers. Whether you're
Last summer, I decided that I wanted to do some kind of international
Get free supplies at Michael's with BOGOs on thousands of items. Get free.
Stick it at that, da da da. Stick it at that, da da da. Stick it at that, da da da. Stick it at that, I want to stay under the sun, sing with the birds and be no one, hiding inside my lemon tree. One of those days that I am free. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. I want to stay under the moon, watching the earth and be in tune. Now everything looks so small. I am free to have it all. Stick it at that, da da da. 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 I want to stay under the sun, sing with the birds and be no one, hiding inside my lemon tree. One of those days that I am free. I want to stay under the moon, watching the earth and be in tune. Now everything looks so small. I am free to have it all. Stick it at that, da da da. Stick it at that, da da da. Stick it at that, da da da. Stick it at that, da da da.
Toby, why aren't you eating your Cinnabon pull apart?
Well, I wanted to save the best part for last, but it's all the best part.
I want to stay under the sun, sing with the birds and be no one, hiding inside my lemon tree. One of those days that I'm free. I want to stay under the moon, watching the earth and be in tune. Now everything looks so small. I am free to have it all. Stick it down, down, down. Stick it down, down, down. Stick it down, down, down. Stick it down, down, down.
Presenting Odd Pieces.
What is it?
All right. That was the end of our 90-minute sprint / marathon. So y'all can let me know in the chat. Let us know in the chat how far y'all have gone. And yeah, and also how did y'all feel about the 90-minute sprint? Let's see, trying to put all my stuff together. Okay. All right, so I finished reading The Woods All Black by Lee Mondello. And oh wait, Dana, you're muted.
Sorry, I had my computer muted and I had myself muted. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. How did this sprint treat you?
I'm just doing my own thing over here. Yeah, first sprints were good. I don't know if anyone saw me making facial expressions during the reading sprints, but my dark Vanessa's already like, I hate this man. Oh my god.
Sheesh.
I was making faces. I caught myself making faces. But it's good. Infuriating, but good.
All right. How far have you got into it?
I'm about an hour in, so that's 10%.
Oof. All right. Well, this is a good 10%.
It's a good 10%, yeah. And I finished the first book in the Delicious in Dungeon series. So that's a manga. Really short, easy read, very cute.
Alrighty. So for me, I finished The Woods All Black, and
yeah,
I think I'm going to give it 4 stars. I had to go through Cawpile to figure out my rating because I was really not sure how I was going to rate this, because the only thing I read by this author was Feed Them Silence, even though I own their debut novel, Summer Suns. I haven't read it still, but I have owned it for a bit. So this is my second work from them that I've read. And first of all, the writing style it's definitely not bad. I kind of like it, but I don't know. I don't know how to describe the writing style of this particular novella, but it made it harder for me to finish this book, honestly. Like, it took me way longer than it should have. I'm like, it should not have taken me 3 days to read a 150-page novella. I don't know if that's just me or the novella, but I feel like it might be both. Maybe it's just my brain was just not computing and not connecting with the writing style, but also I feel like the writing style it's not lyrical. It's descriptive enough for like this particular time period. And maybe that's what it was trying to do. Maybe it was trying to write in not quite the same style as like the stuff we're written, since like it takes place in 1929.
Okay.
I can never pronounce this place. Appalachia. And also, even looking at the acknowledgements page, there's definitely the author does provide like text, like some books like written by queer authors about the queer experience at that time. So maybe it was written for that, but like, the more from modern readers. And maybe that's what made it so hard for me to read it, despite it being 150 pages, because writing styles like that, I just have a hard time absorbing such a content. So maybe it is because of the fact like my brain just can't compute, but also because of the fact that the style itself made it harder to read. But also the things in the novella also made it hard to read because of the historical horror aspect. I mean, we definitely get very, very gory descriptions because it's an actual monster thing. So like, it's definitely gory. So if you're not here for gore, maybe avoid this one. But also historical for the time period and also where it takes place. There's a lot of transphobia, religious bigotry. So definitely fair warning on that. But it really is about trans survival and a revenge story. And I really like that aspect for sure. The only thing that I'm like, I'm not really sure how I feel about it until the point I'm like, I don't know if I particularly liked it, was the trans romance. I like the idea that there is a trans romance, but I just didn't, for me personally, I didn't feel as invested in this trans romance. And also the way that this particular romance went about, I can't really say much about it because it's definitely spoilery for the novella. But like, it went in a way that I'm like, I don't know if I liked it or not. But then again, like, did I hate it? No. Did I love it? No. So like, I'm in this weird limbo that it's not bad, but it's also not something I loved either. So I don't know. So that's why I'm like, I'm giving this thing 4 stars because as far as historical horror, definitely really good. Not fully sold on the romance, but I do appreciate that there is a romance. So Not gonna fault too much on the author themselves for that one, but yeah, if you can handle the content warnings, I do recommend The Woods All Black. I definitely prefer this one than Feed Them Silence, but then again, I read that one via audio. The audiobook was fine. I think maybe if I reread that one physically, I probably have different feelings, but I prefer The Woods All Black personally. So yeah, that's my review for The Woods All Black.
Yeah, I've certainly read books where it's like they're trying to write historically or like in like reflection of the time that they're writing, and that always does take me time to adjust to that style. And then by the time it's hard with novellas too, because once you get to the end of the novella, sometimes it's like you're just getting into like the groove of the way the author's been writing.
Right. But I think though with this novella though, I think it's decently paced. I think even though it's short, I do feel like a lot is happening, but also it's taking its time at the same time. It's very interesting. I think the pacing also is very interesting since it is like even in like the flap here, it says that this is like equal parts historical horror, trans romance, and blood-soaked revenge, all set in the 1920s Appalachia. I definitely say that it is true. It is indeed equal parts of historical horror, but I feel like the romance part was definitely confusing a little bit for me personally, because I don't know if it's because of the investment or like the dynamics between the two characters. So I'm like, I don't know. The romance is really what I'm just like, I don't know where I lie with that romance. But the horror, though, historical horror, the actual historical atmosphere is definitely very, very strong in here. But it's also why I felt I was reacting so strongly to the religious bigotry and transphobia because of how it felt so accurate to the time period. And I'm just like, especially those Bible verses. I y'all, the things regarding like, oh my gosh, just. But yeah. So, if you want to feel things, hey, read this. If you want to feel something.
That's the best review. If you want to feel things, read it.
Yep.
I might check it out. I struggle with novellas because I'll often really like what's happening. And then the pacing in novellas, I feel like, can be really hard.
Right.
Because you only have, a certain amount of time. So I don't think I ever really rate novellas high, but I want to read more because I'm like, I think I could like them. But and maybe it's also like the ones I've read, they just haven't been that good. But I'm curious about this one.
I'm curious what you think about it too, because it is, I would say it's like a middle-ish range for novella length. Like it's not very short for a novella. I think a very short novella is like just a little bit over 100 pages, and then I think the longer novella is closer to 200. So this is like 150. It's pretty solid in the middle. So it's not too long. I don't think it overstayed its welcome, and it's not too short either. I think it's the right length for the kind of story it is. I mean, of course, you could expand on such a concept like this into a full-on novel if you prefer, which maybe that will help me with the romance a little bit. Maybe.
Yeah.
But
it sounds like maybe they're trying to do too much. Like you can't really be invested in the romance because everything else is kind of happening overall.
Right. But also like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to read more of something like this. I'm like, do I want this? Because I feel like, especially with the writing style itself, I'm like, I would suffer if this thing was close to 100 pages. So I'm like, honestly, I prefer it being 150 because I would be suffering. I'm like, look, you do what you're writing. I don't want to read more of it.
It's just enough.
Yes.
And sometimes that's perfect. That's all you need is just enough.
So we just catch up on the comments. So, me bobbing my head. Definitely not reading it right because of all the music. Yeah, this is like my shiny.
It did sound like that. I saw this comment and I turned the music back up and I went, oh, yep.
It did. It really did. Oh, puppy! I missed the puppy cam.
Yeah, she's not in here now. She's outside in the sunshine, but she was curled up on the bed.
Okay, read my Dark Vanessa like a week or so ago, and I feel you. Some of the most wildest things happening in that book, right? Because you were saying making out.
I had to make a comment because I was like, I don't want people seeing my face and thinking that it's like at anyone in particular. It's just the book. I was just like, No.
Nope. Oh yeah,
Jail.
Bree said that went by so fast. I'm like, I guess it didn't feel too long, surprisingly. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, gee, I forgot another hobby I've been wanting to get into is book binding because my blogs tend to invest in that one. Honestly, I do like the idea of book binding. I think like sometime in high school, because I was like in an advanced art class, I was trying to bind, like make my own notebook. It was more like a smaller version thing since I didn't really know how to bind into it like a sketchbook or anything. But yeah, I do like the idea of like book binding. I'm like, yes, that would be very cool, but like I don't have the tools or the equipment to do it. I would totally do it though. I would love to.
Look, Nat, if you invest, I'll send you some books. I'll pay you.
Like for real.
I will commission you.
Yes. I need to see fewer people binding HP fanfic. Oh my gosh. So I will kind of want to get into it just so I can be at least one person binding books that are promoting these authors.
Please.
Yes, that.
I had to unfollow. I don't know their username. I wouldn't even mention them because I don't want to give them like a platform, like shout them out. But I used to follow their book binding because they made beautiful. Like they'd rebind the books and then they'd do edges, and it was gorgeous, and just nonstop Harry Potter and Sarah J. Maas content. And I was like, no, stop it. Like I understand maybe if you're commissioned to do that. I can kind of understand that, but just don't share the content on your page at that point. Like, personally, I wouldn't be binding those books, but I don't want to see it.
Like for real. Like, can we bind like maybe someone could do like a recover design of like the Broken Earth trilogy? I feel like that's a series that you could easily like do some sort of like a cover redesign, rebind the books just to make it, I don't know, aesthetically more pleasing. Like I didn't even finish the trilogy, but I'm just saying anything NK Jemisin related, I feel like she deserves some sort of revamping of those covers.
I would pay, Nat, I'll pay you if you will rebind my copies of the Raven Boys, because I can't stand those covers. I'm really fortunate that the ones I have, like all of them are like the Owl Crate ones, and these ones are really nice, but the original covers, trash, just bad. Like they looked at Maggie Stay Fodder and they were like, look, we can give you Photoshop, so here you go. And I'm
well,
and she was like, sure.
I mean, it's like, well, I'm just glad it's getting a cover, so I guess I can't complain too much.
I can't stand, and I always complain about the Raven Cycle covers because if my friend had not recommended me the books, I never would have read them because of the covers.
Well, honestly, yeah.
Because I hate the paperback covers. And so I never would have picked it up had my friend not told me to, and that was one of my favorite series. So I'm always like, no, just ignore the cover. Don't look at the cover. Close your eyes. Just don't look. Just open the book.
Yep. Didn't get much reading done. I had to work on a video, and then I ran to the library to pick up some of my Asian readathon holds. Nice.
I love going to the library.
Yes, and picking up holds or just browsing around while you pick up your hold. Like, I know I just got this one book, but let me just browse around the shelf. And I'm like, oh, whoops, I guess I want to get this. I shall get this. All right, time to go back to the checkout desk again to check out these things.
I purposefully don't get my hold books, like the books that are being held for me. I don't pick those up till after I've done my browse. So I wait, I go right past my shelf where I know my name is, and I go straight back and I do my browsing and I come out with a stack of books and then I add to the top. I look like the mouse in Cinderella when he's got like the corn and he's like stacked up to here.
Dang. It really be like that though. Oh man, it only gets worse in my darkness.
I know. I think what was getting me is not necessarily because like it's not necessarily explicit yet in this part of in the book, but it's just how insidious I want to say like the what am I trying to think of? Like it's in the small things that the person is doing, and that like individually I'm like, sure, like I've had teachers tell me, like show me a book that they think I might like, and that's normal, like that's fine, but there's just but then you add it to other things that they're saying or doing, and I'm like, I hate it. It's very effective. And the writing's very good. And I don't know who's narrating the audiobook, but she's doing a very good job as well. Like flipping between young Vanessa and sounding younger without doing like a voice.
Right.
And then sounding more mature, 30 years later or whatever.
Right. So maybe like a cadence, more like a younger cadence instead of a voice. It's more of a cadence. Okay.
Like she does, it's cute because Vanessa is obviously, in high school. And so she'll say like, I laughed, or like I said with a laugh, and the way that she's narrated the dialogue, she does inflections and cadence, and it's very nice to listen to.
All right. Well, that's pretty good. Spent my time updating my book Notion database and am debating whether I want to pre-order the Italian edition of a book. There's a pre-order campaign with page overlaps I want.
Ooh, what book?
I know, right? What book is this? But
what
also,
book is it, Nat? Nat's like, I'm not telling any of you guys because I don't want you guys buying the book. I don't want it selling out.
Depends on the time you had to read it. Some days I only have 30 minutes to read, so I won't get through 100 pages. Yeah.
That's true.
That is true. I feel you with novellas, Dana.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm also someone who loves a lot of like lore and information that some people, and it's totally valid, don't like it. Like I know a lot of people hated Priory of the Orange Tree because it's so bogged down with like information and world building, and I love that. I eat that up. So novellas obviously don't have time to do that, and that's not the point of a novella. So I have to like, I'm not train myself to enjoy novellas, but it's definitely a genre that I have to work myself into reading.
Right.
And like adjust my expectations going into what it's going to be.
Yep. I've always been someone who prefers long form storytelling. I think it comes from my acting days. I was only ever interested in working in TV because I love the idea of really digging into characters. Right. And then something as short as like this, it's kind of like a short film kind of thing, or like a pilot episode.
Which can be good.
Right.
And I've seen it done it really effectively. It's just, it's kind of like me with poetry, where I think a lot of like novellas that I read, I was in school when I was reading them, and like poetry, I was reading it in school. And so it's very like structured what you're reading, and usually very like not diverse. So you're getting very like, at least at my school, because I went to school in North Texas. So when I was reading poetry, so it was, it was very curated. It's just kind of like branching out and finding new poets or, new short story authors that I like. It's just kind of a process of weeding out, what you do and don't enjoy.
That makes sense. When it comes with me and poetry, I definitely have more experience with poetry in high school. And the poetry, I don't know. It's also interesting too, because like I was reading some poetry. We didn't really have a lot of poetry for my high school, at least in our curriculum in the English classes. But then I was also taking a class that's more like a spoken word performance kind of class. So, and I was also writing poetry, or at least spoken word. But nowadays, I don't know. When it comes to me and poetry, I don't even know what it is anymore. I guess I'm just so piggy to the point that I just don't even really read poetry. It's like, do I even like poetry anymore? Like, I don't even like to even write it anymore. So it's like, I don't know anymore. It's also why novels in verse are so hard, because I'm like, novels in verse sounds interesting, but I'm also just like, but I don't like it. That's kind of poetry, but it's also like, I don't know. Novels in verse, I don't know.
Hated the poetry like units in my English and my lit classes. I hated when they were like, okay, write a poem. I'm like, you don't want me writing poetry. It's bad. Like I struggle a lot with it. And I think with poetry too, I'm like, just, there's so many different types, but I'm like, just tell me what you're trying to say. I'm like kind of that as a reader sometimes, where I'm like, poetry is very hard for me to decipher, like the metaphors and all of that. So I'm also very picky. I don't read much poetry. And that's why whenever books are like, it's like lyrical, I'm like, well, I was going to read it, but I probably won't now, because that's just, I probably won't enjoy it. And that's not fair to the book and to review it, because I know I won't like it going in.
But it's odd though for me, because I actually really do love poetic and lyrical writing. Like if there's poetic lyrical writing, I actually like, oh, that's even a plus for me, which is really weird, because I'm like, huh? And even in high school, like when I was writing my poetry, even my high school, because we had a literary arts magazine, so I'm always like contributing some stuff into the magazine to the point that even when I joined the club, because it was also a club too, I even helped edited all this stuff. And yeah, it's just really interesting when I think about the poems, especially at high school, because I still own some of the editions that I edited and contributed to, even ones prior to when I even got to the school. And I'm looking, I'm like, I'm just looking at my old poems and like, I don't particularly hate it, but I don't particularly love it either. I'm just like, if I were to read this, I would probably give it a 2.5 just for the pure effort.
I'm like, that's me when I look at anything I've written from like, I'll go through my old notebooks. I'm like, oh, I can't even look at that. Don't show it to me. I can't look at it.
I don't know if I'm like, am I supposed to be embarrassed or am I just supposed to be odd? I'm like, I used to write poetry, and now I'm like, I kind of see why I don't write poetry anymore. Oh well, that was a time. Oh, first thought was I would rebind the. There you go.
Look, Nat, I'll buy the books. I'll send them to you. I'll commission you, please.
Way ahead.
Just can't stand those covers. I can't.
But yeah, I'll make y'all anything y'all want, rebinds, or if any of the other crafts appeal to you. Nice. Love making stuff for my friends.
Aw, Nat, you're so sweet.
Very sweet. We love you, Nat. I always get myself in trouble when I go to pick up holes in the huge stack. Oh gosh. I really struggle through it because it does get more detailed of what happens, and then the journey for her come to terms with it was long and difficult.
Yeah. Oof. I'm looking forward to seeing how it's written, because I can already tell, like, even from the author's note in the beginning. I love a good author's note, especially when the author is like they're very aware of the content that they're writing. Like Andrew Joseph White is a great example of that. Like his author notes, I look forward to his author notes and seeing what he has to say. But her author's note for My Dark Vanessa, I was like, okay, so she knows what she's doing with like the way that she's gonna be writing this. So I'm scared. I'm also very excited to read it. I know I'll rage and I'll cry.
Right. Sure. Like I've heard really good things about My Dark Vanessa, but it's just like the content. I'm like, I don't know if I can handle such content like ever.
That's like, definitely not a book that I would be like, hey, everybody, go read this. Like, I would not recommend.
Yeah. Saying give them world building.
Like the Jade Legacy series is also like an example of that. It's like, I know a lot of people didn't like, or not Jade Legacy, the Greenbone Saga.
Right.
Like I know a lot of people feel like the books are too long or they're bogged down. And I'm like, I love this. Like give me 5 more hours of them just talking about how the society is built. I love it.
In fact, give me a spin-off series where like I get the Greenbone Saga, but in the mountain perspective with Ayamata. Give me the entire Greenbone Saga in her perspective with her dealings, whole political things, and her like let me be in her head. Let me follow the characters over there.
Her.
Oh my gosh.
She's horrible and awful, and I love her.
Like, seriously, I was reading the series like 2 years ago, and I'm like, wow, I'm so surprised at how much I don't particularly like what you're doing, but I'm also just admiring because I'm like, oh my gosh, you're so really good as an antagonist. In fact, you're not even a villain. You're just an antagonist because the calls ain't that much better. They really are not. Like, so, like,
every time I was like, do what's best for you. Like, come on, they're giving you like a good thing here. And then she was like, no. And I was like, I can't be mad at you.
Right. I'm like,
she's great. Like, I would read any book about anything really about that world, but I would love a book about her. Give me a book about her. I need to reread that series.
Yeah, I'm glad though in Jade's Shards we do get a short story of her. But like, I'm like, geez, the short story is so good. Like, can we
get more?
Can we get more? But I'm like, I don't know. But look, I literally own all the books, but also I do own the 2 special editions, the Jade Setter of John Luke and Jade Shards, because I just love this series so much. I mean, look, if y'all are new here, I literally start off my channel with book reviews with that series. So like that series made me go, I need to start a channel. So like,
I love that.
In my heart.
I love that. I want to listen to the audiobooks because I read them physically. I didn't listen to them. And I would love to listen for like the pronunciation and stuff. I feel like that obviously would be really helpful. But I love from like the snippets I've heard of the audio. I really like the narrator.
Andrew Kishino. That's when you know an audiobook is really good. When I remember the audiobook narrator.
Yes, I was like, I can't believe you remember the narrator's
Andrew
name.
who is consistently the narrator for anything Greenbow Saga related, does an amazing job with the voices, the cadences. And there is something though I do have to make note of though, is that I do remember, I think from Jade War and Jade Legacy, I think he there's definitely something. I think there's a slight difference in pronunciation for the thing with character names a little bit. So I think there was slightly different character pronunciations. I think that's what at least I remember for sure. I don't know if there's any other pronunciation that changed in Jade Legacy, but for the most part, the pronunciations have been pretty consistent. Okay. So I might have
to do a reread soon and listen to the audiobooks. I love that series. That's it's
so good,
so good. Will I finish any of my other books that I haven't started? No.
Well,
just re-listen to the Greenbow Saga.
Yeah, and I read that entire series via audio. I didn't even really look physically, so I definitely want to reread it and then annotate. Like I would love to annotate. It's gonna be a lot of tabs, though. I'm gonna need
so many tabs.
Whew.
And just like a long index page of what each tab is for.
I mean, I'll be running out of color. So I was like, okay, so these tabs are for one thing. I'm like, no. I'm only going to need different tab colors for just one thing.
Yep. Tabs for each character.
Just everything. It's an SMP book. So I don't know if I should mention in the live stream chat. Could I maybe DM y'all, though? I don't know what the protocol is with live stream chats. All right,
You can DM me if you want to.
Yeah, you can also DM me about it. I think for anything publicly, though, it's just best probably not to.
Yeah. So, message me all. I would like to know.
Me too. I also want to spend as much time as I can with the characters in the world once I fall in love with them. Give me book series.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlotte. Welcome. Petition for Imada spinoff.
Yeah. I love her. You know, it's that meme where it's like support women's wrongs. That's me.
Yep. I support women's rights and women's wrongs.
And she does all wrong.
Oh yeah. But we love
constantly, inconsistently. Look, she's consistent. What can I say?
Yep, she sounds like a bad bitch. Exactly. Exactly. That's just Imada right there. Yep. Bad bitch.
That's her full name.
I'm feeling the need for a Greenbow Saga reread now. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling that too. I don't know.
I kind of pushing the agenda now.
You're right. I'm like, So I'm like, I like one of my goals this year actually is to do more rereads. So like, I really do kind of want to do like a reading vlog of me rereading the entire trilogy. But I do know that's gonna be a long vlog because I'm gonna be talking too much.
That would be so cool though, because like obviously it was like some of the first videos you did. That'd be a really cool like rereading the series that started my channel, you know, how many years later. That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
To see. That would be cool.
Yeah. I even want to do it like around the time that I posted the very first video. Because I remember the first video I think was September 5th, 2022. So like if I read it or like sometime like in August, I mean, actually no, I can't do it August now. It'll take me nope, that'd be a terrible idea. Nope. I should probably start the reread probably July, so that I can have time to actually read all 3 books and also
give yourself time. Those books are like deceptively chunky.
Yeah,
and they just get like bigger each addition to the series. I remember like because I requested them from the library and I wanted to have them so I could like take a photo stack for my Instagram. And I remember picking up each book and I was like, I'm concerned that these books are getting larger.
They are. Hold up.
I'm concerned. Yeah.
Like, but the floppiness though. Look how floppy that is. Even that one and this one that's literally like 700 pages.
It's so, oh my gosh. I remember getting that one, the last book, and I was like, I don't want to open this. Because how much pain is going to be packed into this book?
Oh, there's a whole lot of pain.
A lot.
And these two right here, my prized possessions.
I need to read those two. I have not read those two yet, but I need to.
They're really good. I don't know which one I prefer though, because this one's just a straight up novella. This one's a short story collection. So like I don't know which one I would prefer. But if you want to go with like similar characters, Jade Shards, and this takes place. Let's see, hold up. Like this is like 0.5 in the series. This is 0.75. So anything that happens
okay.
here happens before this short story collection, but still
Got
before
it.
Jade City. So yeah, that's
Okay.
the order. And I don't know which one I love more because I loved both of them.
And I love the covers for those.
Yes.
They're so cool.
Wait, actually, you know what? I will. You know what? You know what I really want to see? The cover artists for this redoing the cover designs of this.
Yeah, I was just thinking
Like,
that would be
can
so
we-
sick.
Like, because when I saw the covers, I was like, wait, who is who? Because I really had to figure out, like, wait, who is who? Since I'd never actually really seen much of what these characters really look like. But I
Mhm.
had to remember, like, okay, who had, like, what was their Jade? What did their Jade look like? That's how I was able to differentiate.
I have to send you this one artist on Tumblr. They did some really cool art for the main characters, and I love seeing how they did their Jade.
Ooh.
It's really cool. Like Hilo's Jade was just, it was really cool. I'll have to send it to you
Nice.
later.
I would love to see it. But yes, this entire series, y'all. This series
So good.
started my channel. If that's just simple recommendations, like, look, it started my channel. So
And it's good. It's so good. Very like, it takes a talented author to write characters who are so flawed and morally, I don't want to say corrupt. I mean, they are, but like morally flawed, and like you don't even necessarily love them all the time or even at all, but you're still invested.
Very.
You know, like, oh. I was like, look, I hate you, but I love you.
Me with Hilo.
Yeah.
Sometimes even with Shay. Honestly, I don't know. I think like Shay, I really did like, even though I know there's people who don't like Shay, but I'm also just like,
I
don't know.
like Shay. I don't want to spoil it for any. I'll message you about it later. I don't want to spoil it if people haven't read it. There's just something with Shay that and it's not the character. It was the one thing the author did with Shay that I was like, okay, that's not in character for her, and I really wish you would have let her do what she needed to do.
I don't know. Yeah, there were definitely points in each installment with Shay that I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like that's something you just want to put in the plot. That you just want, like, look, I need this to happen in the plot, so I need Shay to do this. But I'm like,
yeah.
But I feel like that was something she wouldn't do. So I understand for some people who be frustrated with Shay. But
that's the author. Like, that was the author. That's not Shay. In my head, that's not how Shay would have done it.
Exactly. I'm like, nah, Shay wouldn't be doing that. It's just that's just
fun. I know Shay.
Stuff.
I know Shay personally, and she would never.
Right. But Hilo, on the other hand.
Hilo, look, I know people hate him. I understand. I love him.
Okay, I didn't. Okay, look, I don't love Hilo, but I did grow to respect him.
Yes,
anyway,
I think that's a better take. I think he's just such a good example of flawed and corrupt and not a good person all the time. He felt very real, very authentic as a character, and so I think I'm obsessed with how she wrote him. So I'll sing her praises. I've not read anything else she has written, but I love that series, and I will sing her praises.
I mean, the only thing I read besides Grebo Saga was her the novella Untethered Sky, which is also really good. It's definitely different tonally to Grebo Saga, which is why I didn't particularly love it, but it is really, really good for what it is. Like, that's like 150-page novella that is well-paced, good exploration of character and world building. Like, that kind of story really fits into 150 pages, and which is something like, maybe if you're not quite into novellas, I'm like, maybe venture into that.
Yeah, novella. I remember. Is that the one with like the girl on the giant bird?
Yeah, girl with the
wings or something.
Yeah, with the rocker that's almost like this really big bird. They're raptors.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I remember that one. I haven't read it, but I remember seeing the cover reveal. And I was like, also, again, sick cover. I love it.
Yes.
Whoever is on her marketing team, whoever's like picking the artists, fantastic.
Seriously, doing a good job.
Props to them.
Although I do kind of want to try like her backlist though prior to the Greenbow Saga, because I know she has like a YA sci-fi duology. I think she's written sci-fi before she read anything fantasy. I don't know if I want to go into those ones. Those ones don't sound as interesting, but you'll be curious. I am curious though to see how she started off before she got really popular with the Greenbow Saga.
That's how I feel with Lizelle Sambury. She wrote Delicious Monsters and Tender Beasts are the two that I've read from her. She's got a backlog of books, like more YA, I would say, which aren't necessarily ones I would read, like the ones that I would pick up. But I'm curious to see how much she's grown as a writer,
right,
from her other ones. Because I love Delicious Monsters. Tender Beasts was a bit of a swing and a miss for me. But you can tell that she's grown as a writer. So I'd be really curious to see what her previous ones were like.
Yeah. I'm very curious too. Oh, I remember you talking about your Greenbow Saga reviews in Discord. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I really do want to reread it just so like I can like also like revamp my thoughts.
Yeah.
I feel like because at the time it was me just trying to like figure out what to even say, especially
a lot of emotion.
Free.
A lot of emotion. A lot happens.
Yes.
In those books.
And I try to explain it in a way that's like cohesive, but also like not too spoilery because I want people to be able to understand what's going on. But it's also like, you know, like I also wanted to give people the right expectations, and maybe people might not like it because, you know, there are people who don't particularly like the Greenbow Saga, which I'm like, well, that's y'all. I mean, I disagree. But
I think maybe like a misconception for a lot of people who read the Greenbow Saga is I don't think they're necessarily expecting it to be as much of a family drama. I don't know if I don't know if that's something, because that wasn't what I expected. I didn't hate it. I actually really liked that. I liked that it's so layered with like it really is like you know, it's a family affair. And maybe some people didn't like that. I don't know. I understand, you know, people can have their opinions on books. I don't understand a lot of the critique I see for the Greenbow Saga. I'm like, maybe they just thought it would be more fantasy.
But it is. But I guess the thing is they thought it would be epic fantasy like they're used to. Even though this is an urban fantasy with a family saga drama that just so happens to deal with gangster.
Magic.
Well, there is magic regarding the Jade, and the Jade is very important for the world and the relation of these characters in regards to themselves, politically, economically, and especially with other gangster clans, and even just interpersonal relationships as well. Because like the Jade is very important in the fantasy, but it's not in the typical sense of fantasy where like, oh, we're wielding magic, we have epic fights and stuff. It's not that kind. It's more like you're watching The Godfather, but we're dealing with talking about minerals, political structures, economic resources, militarization.
You said The Godfather, and I was like, "That's it."
Because that's literally how I found out about the book. Is like this. It was literally pitched to me as like Godfather, but like urban fantasy, family saga.
Yeah, I was thinking like The Sopranos is what I was thinking, but The Godfather's closer to that for sure.
Oh, that's what it says. Actually, Ken Liu actually has a blurb in the back here. He says, stylish and action-packed, full of ambitious families and guilt-ridden loves, Jade City is an epic drama reminiscent of the best classic Hong Kong gangster films, but takes place in a fantasy metropolis so gritty and well-imagined that you'll forget you're reading a book. That's very accurate, Ken Liu.
It's very accurate. That's it. That's the pitch right there.
Yes, that's it. That's all you need. I read Jade City earlier this year, and y'all are really making me look forward to getting back into this series.
I want to know what you think when you if you keep reading or when you keep reading, because
oh my gosh, when you get to Jade War, first of all, it gets really, really political. Because like when I saw Jade War versus Jade City,
you're thinking like
epic battles, but no, it's epic in the sense of politics. So
like political war.
Yes, and also Shay really shines really much more in this book than she did in Jade City. So like if you were a fan of Shay, but you didn't feel like you got much of her. Oh, you'll get much of her in Jade War because this is where she shines.
Yes. Shay's like, excuse me, let me handle the politics.
Yes, because clearly Hilo don't know what he's doing. Oh my gosh.
He's so stupid. I love him.
Oh gosh. This is just not a strength, but that's okay. Shay's right there.
Yeah.
Oh, hey K-Beth, you two didn't tell me you were live. Oh, very rude. So rude. Reading Flawless by Elsie Silver for a read-along, and I also just done my May TBR. You influenced me to do this. You read a thought. Yes!
Ooh, this sounds familiar, this book. I'm going to look it up.
I think it's the Chestnut Spring series. Is a romance series following, I think, also, is it also cowboy romances? I don't know. I've been seeing a big surge of cowboy romances all of a sudden, which is interesting. I'm intrigued, but I'm also like, do I care enough about Westerns? I don't know.
For me, it would depend on the. Again, I lived in Texas for about 6 years, so I'm very. If I hear cowboy or like western, I'm like, okay, but what kind? For me, I'm like, okay, who's writing it?
Yeah, that's all I know is that's just cowboy romance series. That's it. My favorite series is all need a Tales of Boston Say style spinoff. Oh
yes.
Which honestly, I think Jay Shards is kind of like a Tales of Boston Say kind of style kind of thing, but it's like preluding Jade City. So like I think that's what the vibe I think I'll give Jay Shards to.
Okay, well that you just sold me on it. Even if I didn't like know the series, I would be okay. Well, you sold me.
Yep. And I'm trying to remember if you need to read the series first before you get these prequel stuff. Because the thing about prequels that I think makes it so hard to convince people to read is that, especially if they have not read the series that came before them first, it's like, well, timeline wise, you think to go with this, but it's also like, but it came out after these books, so it's like, should I read? So like, I think I would say that you could enjoy this novella, this short story collection. Although, as far as the short story collection, I don't think you'll be as invested in it unless you've actually read the series. But with something like The Jay Setter of John Loon, I think you could enjoy this without reading that series because it's more. It follows more of like less of the gangs because we're following someone who just sets Jade, which is important to the society. And I think this gives enough world building, detailed kind of explanation as to why a Jade setter in John Loon is so important, especially when you have read the series and you don't want
not a job I would want.
Right, but like important. Especially
I would be like, that's too much pressure for me.
Honestly, especially when like in this particular novella, someone of very high importance gives them Jade to set, but then it got stolen. And especially when you know whose Jay that was, I'll be freaking the fuck out. I'm like, no, I'm gonna die. I'm like, nope, I need to find this thing. I'm gonna die if I don't find this thing. So whoever stole it, you better bring it back. I will fight somebody. I'm like, no, I'm gonna fight you if you stole this because they're gonna fight me.
You're not gonna put my head on the chopping block. Absolutely not.
Especially when you know whose Jade it was. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to request these ones from the library.
Yeah. The thing is though is that since there's a special edition, I don't know if libraries even have tentative copies. I don't know. I never really checked if my library even had physical copies at least. But at least you can get the audiobook though, I think.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll do that.
And maybe like probably the ebook, but like I think because like physically it's from Subterranean Press, so there's a very special limited edition. So as far as it physically, most likely not, but I think you can still get through it from the audiobook, I think.
I'm gonna look.
Yeah, because that was the thing I was wondering too. It's like, wait, will there be more copies? But I was like, oh, it's a very limited press thing. So yeah. So that's what makes it hard for me to even really recommend, because it's like, well, how can I get a chance to read it without having to pay for it? But like, I think the audiobook might be available to at least borrow, maybe. Don't quite quote me, but like, just check. Just check in your local library. Petition for reread month. Honestly, I can feel that. Maybe I should dedicate a month sometime this year to just reread whatever. Not worry too much about like my library holes. Just reread something. I don't know. I'll think about that one. I'm doing a similar idea.
If you ever want to buddy read a reread for the Greenbone Saga, I am down.
Okay, yes, because honestly, that's another thing too. Maybe I should make this a 2025 goal, is to have more buddy reads, because I'm like, I wanted to use the buddy read feature on Storygraph so badly, but I'm like, who do I ask to buddy read, and what book should we buddy read? I don't even know.
I have only done, this is so funny because I've done 2 buddy reads and both were for Babel. First when Babel came out, I read it with Jesse. Right. And then I did a buddy read with Gigi for it. And both were really good experiences. The one with Gigi, we did it on Storygraph. And I really liked that feature.
Yes, I want to try that feature so bad. So like, yes. In fact, you know what? Yeah. Well, I don't know when, but we should do a reread of Jade City.
Just let me know.
Yep. And then I'll vlog it because, like, why not? Oh gosh, I'm so excited. Okay. And where else? Doing a similar idea for my 5th anniversary and rereading favorites from throughout the years.
Ooh, I love that.
You should do it. Yeah, I think I will. I think I will do like a rereading vlog thing for sure. I remember buying The Way of Kings and going, oh Lord, she thick. I've never seen it in person before. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I only have the digital copies, ebook and audio of those, but looking at those physicals has made me want to get those too. I don't know. I know for sure Jason of John Loon, they're not selling anymore. I think they sold out on the print. I think they also sold out on Jade Shards, but hey, if someone's like selling them for a decent price, maybe.
Oh yeah, I would check for sure. Check Pango or Thrift Books.
Yeah,
people might be selling them on there.
Most likely, but I'm also just like, but why would you sell these things?
Yeah.
Good though. I'm like, why would you sell them?
I'm sure that's how people felt when I was selling my copy of Fourth Wing. When I DNF'd it, I bought it because people lied to me and they said I would like it.
Not Dana calling people's the
lies. I made it 30 pages and I literally had to end my suffering. And so I bought a physical copy and I had the kind that people were freaking out about because it had like the straight edges.
Yeah.
And then like apparently that sold out. And so I had a copy and I literally was selling it. People were like selling that like that kind or that edition for like $300. Mine was like $15. I was like, I just want it out of my house.
Oh my gosh. I don't know.
So people must have been like, she's crazy.
No, she's like reasonable.
I was like, I just $15 here. I don't want it. You take it. And it sold like an hour. I had it on my Pango for like an hour and someone bought it. I was like, thank you.
Yes. You freed me.
So maybe that's how people feel wrongly about those books if they're selling them. They'd be wrong, but
because like each of them is literally signed, and depending on when you've ordered them, they're signed / numbered. Like this one, I think this is the second printing of it because the first printing was signed but numbered. This is the second printing, so it's only just signed. Luckily, I got it to Jade Shards quick enough that I got it. They actually no, I wasn't lucky because here's a story. Story time. It's a story time for y'all.
Story time.
Jade Shards because I found out about it, right? So I was getting really ready to pre-order it because the pre-order availability time was literally on my birthday at around noon. I'm literally remember this quite like pinpoint because I was literally at work and stuff, so I couldn't order it since I was already at work and stuff. So I had to wait till I got home from work. And when I come home from work, I found out that the first go round of the printing was sold out. And I was so upset. I was like, no, why you gotta ruin my birthday like that? But then they announced that, hey, there's leftover. We have extra copies of the first printing. And that's what I was like, I shall buy. So that's why I got it signed and also numbered. Because I was like, no, how did I miss this? I was so upset. I was like, no, don't tell me I missed my chance.
All I can think is that scene from Emperor's New Groove where he's like, it's a birthday present to me.
Yes. I'm so happy. Oh my god. Oh yeah, the heft, right? The heft of it. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like Shay got a short end of the stick in this book. Sometimes it feels like that. Sometimes.
Yeah, I can understand that.
But I don't know. I think it's also because of how Fonnelly also built the world. I think it's also why I don't feel too angry. Because it makes sense. Because even not just Shay, but also Wen as well. Because of just how patriarchal this clan, this Greenbone society is. Which is, I think, the point of what Fonnelly was trying to say. Like, how so patriarchal that these women have to find their own ways of moving through that. And that's why Aimada was so interesting.
Yes, exactly.
She's the leader from clan. Even how she became the leader, y'all, it is. Whoo,
she's so cool.
I'm like, damn, girl, you did
I love
that.
her. Look, she does anything. I'm like,
I mean, like,
it's horrible. Don't do that. But
right. But like, I don't know. I feel like Aimada reminds you of like Ren from the Poppy War, but like not as impulsive as Ren is.
Yes, exactly. That's another book I need to finish. I have the last book for the Poppy War.
Oh, you haven't read it yet?
No, I'm scared.
Okay.
Book two destroyed me.
Look, you're definitely stronger than me because I made the mistake of marathoning that entire trilogy. I literally March 2022, Poppy War, April 22, Dragon Republic, May 2022, The Burning God. I don't know why. I don't know what was I on. I don't know what I was doing, thinking to go back to back with those books. I should have not done that. So honestly, you're not wrong for just waiting.
I bought book 2 and 3 the same day.
Right.
And then I read book 2 and I keep looking over here because it's staring at me. I'm like, I'm scared.
Yeah, and I read those books via audio, and I was listening to them at my job when I first started because it was pretty early on, and I could just sit down, do whatever at my job, and I just had the audiobooks, and I'm like, trying so hard not to react so much while listening to those audiobooks. I don't know, that was a feat.
I don't know how you did that because whenever I'm reading them, so my room is like here. No, how's this camera layout? So my door to my room is here, and then my sister is like right across the hall. This is her door, so she can see through my door if it's open.
Right.
And she just hears me go, no, at the end of book 2, and she goes, "Are you okay?" I was like, What
kind of question is that? Of course I'm not.
I just held a book up. She knows. If she sees me reading and I have a reaction, she's like, okay. All right. I'm just not going to talk to you right now.
Right. At the beginning, I hated Hilo, but grew to fall in love with him. Towards the end, his character grows just chef's kiss. Truly. I love complex family dynamics, so it was right up my alley.
Yeah.
Yes. I feel like I got to annotate on the reread. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I got to annotate on characters, each character, the politics, the explanation of Jade, because like the politics is so intricate because like the first book is focused on the politics in regards to Kaikon, which is the country of where John Loon is. John Loon is a city, and then Kaikon is like the country. So Jade City is more centered around Kaikon. It's when we get to Jade War where we start going outside of Kaikon. And that's where the politics got a lot more muddy and more complicated because we're trying to figure out, especially when we find out about Jade being used outside of Kaikon, that's where things get really murky, especially with Guardian selling Jade and who can use Jade, how Jade is used outside of Kaikon, and it's not the Greenbone way, and then Jade Legacy. That one is literally on like the regards to the legacy of Jade, how it affects familial relationships, the economy, the politics in regards to other countries, and also just generationally too, because that's why I feel like it's the most where the generational differences is where it shines the most.
I think that was probably one of my favorite aspects of that book.
Yes,
was seeing how much like the next generation was like just so different from the characters that you've grown up with in the first year.
Like this entire series, like hold on, where are my books? Like these 3 books span across about like I think 30-ish years.
Yeah.
Like this is 30 years. You get more time skipping in like Jade Legacy.
Yeah, Jade Legacy jumps.
There's a lot of time jumps, which I think is a critique I remember for sure with Jade Legacy is that people did not like the time jumps.
Oh, I can understand. Isa, hey, slow down. I can understand that. I think though, it's like that was the only way you're going to be able to tell the story. I mean, without it being more books,
right? I mean, also it's called Jade Legacy,
Legacy.
It makes sense. We need to go through a lot of time, and unless y'all want like 1,000 pages, which I'm like, I don't really recommend it. Unless it's going to be like a Dandelion Dynasty situation, where like the 3rd book, I've heard at least because I have not read the Dandelion Dynasty by Ken Liu, but like the 3rd book in that series, I think I don't know if it was meant to be particularly. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be like set up where like that 3rd book is kind of like part 1 and the 4th book's like part 2 kind of thing. At least that's how I've heard of it. Or something like the Lock Tomb series where like it was meant to be a trilogy, but it ended up being a quartet because book number 3 was going to be too long. I don't want that to be with the Greenbow Saga. I liked it that it was a trilogy, not a quartet.
Yeah, and I think it works really well as a trilogy.
Oh, you're So you're the one who influenced me to do the Asian readathon too. I saw your video and was like, okay, let me immediately film this PBR. So thank you. You're welcome. I figured that like if I film, because I literally when Cindy posted that announcement video, I was like, yep. I also need to make sure I film my TBR, figure out what I'm going to read, all the things, because I need to settle on a TBR because I just really love participating. And I really thought it really helps me to not just read more books by Asian authors, which I already do, but like to even diversify on the Asian ethnicities that I read too, to get more, just to really branch out on like the ethnicities. And I'm like, I love it. So yeah, I'm so glad that I influenced you to participate. But you know, it's a more fun challenge too. So like, take your time, mode read, whatever. Yeah. Okay, so this is for Flawless by Elsie Silver. So it's a Canadian cowboy ranch series. I had no idea whatsoever, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Okay. Also, dog cameo.
Dog cameo. Mr. Ears.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There's her face.
Hello. The other one is down here, but
oh, right.
Looking very jealous.
Cowboys, but it's the Kens from Barbie.
Oh my god, darn.
Cowboys, but Kens from Barbie. Huh. That kind of cowboy romance? I guess.
Is that jump? Up, no, Eddie, up. There we go.
Huh. Interesting. I had a whole unit on Westerns at film school, and I was burnt out on it after the first film we watched. Dang.
Matt's like, I'm done.
I guess I should have expected that from going to film school in Texas. Well, I guess.
Jump. Go on. Go lay down.
Let's see. I've heard such great things about that Buddy Read feature, and I also think they just added a book club feature. Yes, they did. Yep, there's a Buddy Read book club, read along now. New read along is now a new feature as well. Storygraph really is killing it with all these new features that they're adding. Yeah. So also to let you know, I'm a fan of Storygraph. Boo, Goodreads. Use Storygraph if you can. You can import your Goodreads data. It don't matter. No excuse.
Just pushing Storygraph as you should. I love Storygraph. I love Storygraph. No one can reply to my reviews.
Yes.
I hate that feature on Goodreads.
Yeah.
I'm like, please don't try to start a discourse with me about my reviews on Storygraph.
Nah. We good. I also want to join a rereader. We just like started like a thing. Like maybe we should. Actually, the entire group was like, yes. Honestly, if I were to start my reread of like if I really reread JCD, I'm like I have to read the entire series, and then I'll also reread these prequel content because of course I do. Selling for 300 is crazy for that book, especially with the things I've been hearing, all the critiques, even just people like, you know, it's okay, the writing's okay, but then also like the military propaganda, the representation of disability, and I'm just like, and also the authors assigned this, so I'm just like, you know what, I don't know why y'all thinking 300 is okay.
No, I would also, again, pushing Reads with Rachel, one, just her reviews for both of the books, but also her video that she did with her husband, trying to explain Fourth Wing. So funny. Literally, like, where's her Oscar for best comedy? Love that. One of my favorite YouTube videos.
I gotta watch that. I wanna know like her husband's thoughts on
it. So when you watch it, just please know that every reaction he has was me reading the 30 pages I read of that book, and then me listening to her other review about what happened, the rest of the stuff I missed. And I went, okay, well, I'm glad that I DNF'd that at 30 pages.
I mean, 30 pages though, that is quick for a book that's over 500, nearly 600 pages.
I was really trying so hard to get like to read it, because even if I hate it, I really want to read it for the representation and see how it is. 30 pages in and it was bad enough for me. Like, I don't have EDS, but my disability is very similar in like symptoms. And I was like, there's no way. There's just, and account, comes out later that the author is not only she a Zionist and is very pro-military, but she's written some other books where where she talks about disabled people have me side-eyeing her a little bit. I know that she herself is disabled. She has EDS, but it was very much internalized ableism.
Right.
In the way that she writes and talks about disability, which I wouldn't fault her for having if she was unpacking that, but it doesn't really seem like she's trying to do that. Just and bad writing. Look, I'm always like, read, not every book you read has to be like the peak of literature. Everyone's allowed to enjoy some, not well-written books. It's not that good. I've read better fan fiction. And I would not have paid $30 for that book, nor $300 for that book.
Nah. The $15 that you sold it for, I'm like, yep, that sounds like the perfect price.
Yeah, I sold it for $15 because I was like, I'm not making people pay full price for this book.
Nah.
They can pay $15. I just don't want it on my shelf.
Yeah.
Get it out of here.
I haven't read The Poppy War yet. Honestly, I feel like it's so hard to be like, yeah, totally read, but I'm also like, you need to be really prepared for what you're getting into.
Yeah. It's like the first half of that book is like, it kind of tricks you into thinking, in my opinion, because it's so, it really amps up about halfway through that book. And I thought I was prepared. And the last half of that book, there so much happens. And I was like, whoa, okay, Rebecca. Okay.
Oof. I've been halfway through the Drek for 3 years.
Whoa, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
Charlotte, at that point, I'm like, look, I softy adapted. I'll come back when I feel ready for it. Because that's how I feel about the Reformatory by Tana Reeve. That one, I've literally been having I've been listening to it via audio for a while, but I have not picked it back up. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not softy enough this. I'll come back when I'm ready. Who knows when that is? But it'd be here. I own the audiobook through Libro FM. So whenever I'm ready to go back to that story. Right now, I'm not.
Yeah, I keep picking it up. I already have all my tabs laid out for when I annotate it. I'm like, oh, this is what this means. And then I started reading, read one page and I was like, not right now. I'll come back to it.
Yep. I don't know why Kwon keeps writing emotionally devastating books. I don't know. She been doing that. War, Babel, Yellowface, and now Catabasis that's coming out next year, which I'm really looking forward to.
I would love to ask her that question.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the most asked questions from readers to her is like, why do you write such emotionally devastating books? It's like, I don't know, maybe because I don't know. I felt like devastating people.
She doesn't know how to write anything else.
Although I do wonder though, how is she gonna make two students trying to save their professor that went down to hell, but it's also a love story? How's she gonna make that devastating? You know what? Never mind. They're already going to hell. Never mind. I was like, oh wait, they're already going to hell. That's already that's its own.
One of them stays there. One of them can't leave.
I
don't know.
Look,
I say this every time I read or recommend R.F. Kuang. I'm like, even if she writes a book and I don't like the book, it most likely isn't going to be because it's a bad book.
Right.
It's going to be a genre or a style that I just don't like. Because I really don't think she's capable of writing a bad book.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Because her goal, she said is try writing different genres. So I'm sure there's going to be, one book that, one or two books I don't love by her, but I wholeheartedly believe it's going to be because I don't like the genre. It's not going to be that her writing is bad.
I don't know.
I just don't think it's possible.
Which is what I'm really looking forward to Catabasis, because I'm not totally sure genre tag wise is going to be, but I don't know, because I wonder, because I'm like, it says, at least so far, the little bit of marketing we've been getting, it's a love story with academics in hell. But I'm also so then could it be, because I think it'll be the most romantic she's ever written?
Yeah, I think so. Just from the premise alone.
Yeah, because I won't say romance, because I'm like, the expectations of romance, I don't know. Then again, I wonder how R.F. Kuang will write a romance book. If she were ever to write an actual contemporary romance, I wonder how she'll write that.
I would love to see that. Because I wonder if she would write it similarly to, oh my gosh, not me totally just blanking on the author's name. Get a Life, Chloe Brown.
Oh, Talia Hibbert?
Yes, thank you. I was like, what? Because I love her books and I couldn't think of her name. I wonder if it would be similar kind of commentary and from that. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I'm so curious.
Yeah. Because I don't know. I feel like with a lot of her books regarding just interpersonal like relationships between characters, I feel like a lot of times, even if this is like an I love you, I don't think it's ever been like romantic. At least that's not how I've always interpreted it, anyways. So I do wonder if how she would write something that's like overtly romantic. I'm just very curious.
Yeah, because you know, like the it's funny because like when I think of romance in her books, it's not even a romance that's on page. Is Robin and Rami.
Right.
In Babel. And that's not even a romance. You know, like I say as in like, no, I love yous are exchanged, no, you know, physical, you know, typically romantic gestures. But to me, the first thing I think of is them. And that's some of the most romantic writing. I think like anyway, look, my annotations for Babel. And most of this is all character work. So I have my Rami and Robin tabs in there.
I think the way that she writes those two is definitely more like I don't know. Is it just strong? I don't know. Is it emotional connection I'm looking for? Or maybe like a kindred spirit? That's what she likes. I think that's what she's really good at. Kindred spirits. So I saw that with Written Katai with a Poppy War trilogy. She did that with Rami and Robin and Babel. And then, well, Malfoy's they ain't no kindred, nothing over there. But like
the opposite of kindred spirits.
Nope. But that's the thing. I think she's really good at writing kindred spirits. So it's like, I don't know. I think I'm just very curious about kind of basis and like how she's gonna write that and like where that one's gonna go.
I'm excited. Anything she writes, I think I'll look forward to reading.
Yes.
Even if I love it or I hate it, I'm just.
Oh, finally reading Babel next month. I finally found my annotating supplies and the hordes of moving boxes still in the basement. Nice.
I want to know your thoughts, Nat. Come scream at me on Instagram.
Yes, please. Also, me too. I did the same with the Asian readathon. I mostly read Japanese, Chinese, and Korean books and authors. So for this readathon, I tried to cover different areas of Asia. Yep. And that's pretty much, I think, the main goal, I think, with Cindy regarding the Asian readathon is just not only you're reading books written by Asian authors and having featuring Asian characters, but also just diversifying the kinds of stories by Asian authors and writers as well. You know, like not even just like ethnically regarding like, you know, East Asian or whatever, but just also like the kinds of stories. Like, are you always reading war stories, devastating stories? Maybe find something lighthearted and funny or something. Make it different.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think. Yeah, for sure.
What I meant was that's the only kind of okay.
I got it. Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah, that makes sense now. Fuck Goodreads has been my motto since 2010. 2010? I thought Goodreads was invented like in 2013. 2010, that's a long minute.
Nat has been a Goodreads hater from the start.
Like, for real.
Nat, I want to know what your personal beef with Goodreads is from the very beginning. I want to know.
Please, because like I've only heard about Goodreads in like 2021 when I finally got into like reading more personally, and then finding about the book community was literally 2021. So like I've only heard of Goodreads since then. And also, even when I first started Goodreads, I definitely realized I didn't particularly like it as much. But then that's also, I think, around the time that I heard of Storygraph was towards the end of 2021, early 2022. So thankfully, I wasn't in Goodreads long enough. So when I did my Goodreads import, and it only just imported the stuff I read in 2021.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So I made my bookstagram, I think 2021, maybe 2020, I think. And it was because of Jesse on YouTube. No, not Jesse on YouTube. Jess Owens.
Right.
On YouTube. Two Jesses that impact my life. And she talks a lot about Storygraph. And she also is the one who got me in onto a bookshop instead of Amazon. For for the majority of my books, I like to try to get from there. And then she was also the reason I moved to. I even made my bookstagram was because of her YouTube videos of talking about just the book community. But yeah, I think I used Goodreads when I was younger to like track books, but I never really reviewed books on there. I have a Goodreads, but only because certain publishers, when they give me an arc, request that it goes on Goodreads, and that's like literally the only time I put my reviews on there.
I don't like when publishers say that. That's why I'm just like,
I've done it for one book, I think 1 or 2 books, because I know the author,
right,
and so I did it. But other than that, I was like, all right.
Right, because like, I don't know. Like, there was a point even that I did link my Goodreads to my NetGalley, but then when I deleted, because as far as y'all, I don't know if any of y'all are new to this or something, but like, I deleted my Goodreads like the first day of January, like January 1st, 2nd. I said, deuces, Goodreads, we done. Like, I really would say like fuck Goodreads and said deuces.
Good for you. Yeah, I don't think I've logged onto my Goodreads since last year.
Yeah, but it's gonna be interesting though how I'm gonna feel about not having Goodreads when the Goodreads Choice Awards comes in later on this year. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that.
Hot mess. Gonna be a hot mess.
I'm gonna be watching though, like, oh yeah, I'm just like, I got my popcorn things, and I'm watching y'all do your voting. I'm like, let's see who is going to win, who's gonna make it to the top 10. I won't be surprised. Actually, who's actually gonna make it to the first round? It's usually not the books I've been reading. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That's also what I don't like about Goodreads. It's like the Goodreads Choice Awards, like the things that make it to like the first round of each category. I'm like, I barely read anything, even in the fantasy category. I'm like, I've heard of almost all the books, but then I have not read them because I don't care.
The other thing too is that they need to split some more, and then they keep getting rid of genres and then introducing new genres, and I'm like, first of all, don't get rid of genres. Don't get rid of those categories. But sometimes adding categories is a good thing. Maybe separate fantasy and romantasy. Separate those two.
I think they did that last year, right? I think they had the fantasy and the romantasy category,
which I actually was in full support of. I appreciated that, but I mean that's the bare minimum of Goodreads.
Although one thing though I really wish Goodreads did do though is split up the young adult SFF and also splitting up young adult like young adult just fiction contemporary. I don't know what they call that because the contemporary one. For young adult, I don't know. Whenever they got anything regarding young adult, they tend to just put it together. Like anything that's like horror, mystery, contemporary. It's like they put it in one category, but then SFF as well. I'm like, can we separate young adult fantasy with sci-fi? Because I want to find some more young adult sci-fi. I don't want that lumped in with the fantasy. And then oftentimes you see more YA fantasy on there than YA sci-fi. So you're just like, well, then just call this young adult fantasy. Don't call it young adult sci-fi and fantasy.
Yeah, and it really it limits and it excludes people who otherwise should be on that list for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I adore Rachel and Carlos.
Yes, I love Carlos. He's great. I mean, I love Rachel too, but Carlos cracks me up.
Yeah.
Every time. He has a very dry sense of humor. Cracks me up.
Oh, by the way, the Italian version of Babel so fucking cool. Oh my god.
Every edition I've seen of Babel, I'm like, I don't speak the language, but I want them. I'm like, would spending $70 on a book that I could not read, is that worth it or is that wasteful? And I'm like, okay, that's a bit wasteful, Dana. Don't do it.
Right, because it'll just sit there looking pretty. And I'm like, look, I only have these white shelves and then this big brown shelf. I don't got room anywhere else.
Yeah, I have one shelf here that's not full yet, and then another one over here. And I can't. I don't have enough room in my room. So,
yes, I really strive to diversify the Asian ethnicities. I'm reading for the Asian Readathon too. I feel like I often fall into just reading East Asian stories because they're more popular. That's true. Especially with publishing, they tend to push a lot of East Asian stories. I think nowadays, though, I think they're starting to get more like South Asian stories, I think. But I don't know, they still need to work on that still.
Yeah, and I've noticed like that's a fault that I have as well, too, with a lot of the books I gravitate towards, but that's also, I think, because of the books that are being pushed, I gravitate towards those, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Right. Even for me, too, because, like, one of my reading goals, as well as to read more translated works as well, I tend to gravitate more towards Japanese translated fiction, which I still really like, manga and stuff, but, like, I do want to diversify even translated works as well, not to always go for Japanese translated, because like, a lot of the Japanese translated works I've been seeing, are I like them. They seem like really interesting, but also like I need to find other languages there and translate to English. Maybe like find ones that are maybe one that's French, maybe one that is Spanish, maybe one that's originally in Arabic, and I can read it in English. Like I want to get different kind of translated fiction, but also even try to keep note of translators. Since Red Babel and think about translation, so like maybe keep in mind too as far as who's translating these works. Trying to keep that in mind as well.
That's a really good point. Looking who's translating those.
So like you look at, I tend to look at authors, but I also gotta look at translators. So I'm trying to get into translated fiction. Slow going on that one, but well, I'm getting there. Goodreads launched in 2007. Seriously? Wow, I didn't know it was that old. I thought it was like 2013. Oh wait, I forgot. Goodreads Choice Awards been around since 2013.
Oh,
that's what I'm getting confused with. Okay. Then Amazon bought it and never updated the website as the internet evolved. I just make a Goodreads account for school in really? You made that in they made you in middle school make a Goodreads account?
Hey.
And that's where my beef started. Oh my gosh. 2007. Wow. 2007 it still looked like that. It can't be me. It can never be me. Oof.
Can't believe it's that old.
Right. I was like, oh, now it's really making sense on the interface. The interface is now making way more sense.
I can't believe, I mean, it makes sense they didn't update it ever, but also like you'd never updated it?
Like never. Nothing.
Ever?
Yeah. The only thing that's ever been good for is keeping track of books I'm interested in, but I switched to Storygraph when it was in beta. Deleted Goodreads immediately.
Yep.
Yes. The only reason I still use Goodreads is for my job because I work at a bookstore. Oh yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. I wouldn't wish group discussions on Goodreads to my worst enemies. I've never interacted with a group discussion on Goodreads. If it sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, so I didn't interact with it, but I was looking up reviews for a book because my friend was asking me about the author, and if I knew anything about the author, anything problematic about the author or whatnot. And I found this review, and it was an essay of a review, and it was very well written, and the comments were just horrible.
Oh no!
People have been like, just because you didn't like the book, da, 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 da. And I was like, she provided like sources and materials, like citations for why she did not like this book. And these people were like, you just sound like a bitter person. And I was like, no. I never want to interact on a Goodreads. Just reminds me of like Facebook.
Yeah.
Like that kind of energy. That kind of like no.
And especially when you update your reading progress, you want to make note, then you have to keep in mind of like, what do I say on here so that no one comments on it and will reply.
Yeah. I was like, I don't like that. I do like my only thing I wish, I don't know if Storygraph does this because I only use it on mobile, would be to like introduce like GIFs and like memes, like a way to upload photos and stuff. Cause I think that would be really fun, like just for my own sake. But
I don't think they do that in the computer laptop version, but maybe you could suggest that to them. They could
that would be like my only like tiny, like not even a nitpick, but like there's so many times where I'm like, I don't have words. I just need like to upload a picture of like my reaction. But
oh yeah, upwards in the middle grade graphic novel categories. That was sad when I saw that. I was like, wait, where's the graphic novel?
Or middle grade. I was like, what are you doing? That's an entire really good category with some really good books. Just strange.
Very strange.
Strange.
Yeah, it's literally the worst. I still don't have shelves, y'all. It's driving me up the wall. No,
Matt.
Oh. You're getting there. Like you just moved in. You're still trying to get yourself situated. It's okay. You'll get there. You'll get the shelves, and then you can put all those pretty books and all the other things on the shelves. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it.
I'll come out there and help you build your shelves.
Yeah, because Dana closer. She can help you. I'm in the Midwest. I
don't know. I don't know how good the shelves will hold, but I'll help you.
Well,
we'll figure it out.
Puppy has opinions to share too.
He hears the garage opening because my room's right above the garage. He hears the door opening and closing. And so he's like, there's people. I know. I can hear them.
Yes. It's like, okay, thank you. I got it now.
He thinks he's a guard dog. He's not. He thinks he is.
Oh, gosh. The UI for that feature? Well, actually, the UI of Goodreads is just Basora in general. I don't understand Basora. What's that? I don't really understand. It's traumatizing. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can write a whole thesis about how much I hate Goodreads. I read that thesis.
I would too. I want it.
Okay,
Perfect.
they'll hold.
I'll hold the screws and the tools, and I'll just hand them to you, and we'll get them built.
Yes. And then y'all can like listen to like a nice playlist or something just to vibe.
We'll figure it out, Nat.
Yes.
We'll get those books up off the ground.
Mm-hmm. All right. So for our next sprint, I forgot we only did one sprint. I forgot we only did one sprint. How long should our next sprint be?
If we could do maybe 30 minutes, because I actually have to head off a little bit after that, but we could do 30 minutes.
Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure Bree has a 30-minute timer. I just gotta find where that is. I gotta go. She has a playlist. Okay, there we go. Okay, well, look at that. Okay, but I love to build something with anyone other than my dad. He stresses me out. Honestly, I feel that. My dad would also stress me out if I try to build anything. He's kind of handy, but like, you stress me out, man. You just stress me out.
My dad's very handy. He doesn't stress me out. He and I don't communicate the same way.
Wow.
Like when he used to try to, he's very good at math.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. So, when he would try to help me with my homework, the way he would explain math to me, I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. Because he just goes like he takes a very convoluted route to get there. And I'm like, just don't help me. I got it. I'll figure it out.
Honestly, you just sound like my siblings every single time they have a problem with their math problem, and then they ask my dad, and it's like, you know what? Let me go to Nkechi here, who's also good at math. So, because like whenever I have problems with math problem, I do ask my dad, and the way it's definitely convoluted, but for the most part, I kind of understand what he's trying to say. So I don't know. So whenever like my siblings get trouble with math, they just go to me because it's like I'll figure out a way to explain it. If I don't explain it the right way, I'll figure it out.
Translate it.
Yes.
You can translate your dad.
Yes. Like this is what it is. Oh my God, my dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what you're trying to say to me. Just stop because you're gonna stress me out.
Okay, so I found a couple timers that Bree has. I'm very direct and I never say something and mean something else. And he assumes that I do because that's how he communicates, and it frustrates me to no end. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Oh gosh. Okay, so there are 2 timers. Actually, technically she has like 4 30-minute timers. Let's see. One of them is just like a regular timer with an alarm. One's like a sunset timer. We have a fireplace timer, and then we have like a hip hop lo-fi timer. Any preference?
Ooh, no, either one sounds good to me.
Let's see. Let's try the lo-fi one. We can try lo-fi. Let me see. Oh no! Stop it, ads. Why? I mean, I understand why, but like, still, okay. I think. Alrighty, cool. I think I found it. So now I just gotta share the screen. Alrighty. Coolios. Alrighty. So yeah, we'll do a 30-minute sprint. And yeah. Happy reading, chilling, vibing, all the things.
There we go.
Ready? Let's see. How is that?
I don't know if you can see him.
Oh, yep, there he is. Being cute, being watchful.
There we go.
All right. So, how's that sprint for you, Dana?
I didn't get too much reading done, but that's all right. I had to feed the dogs, take them outside.
Right.
But,
Makes sense.
Yeah, but still good, still productive.
Okay. So I didn't continue my read of there. I'm reading my e-arc of The Brides of High Hill by Niveau.
Ooh.
And I really am enjoying this one. I was like, you know what? I want to read something that's like probably going to be like a 5-star right now. So I was like, yeah, I think that's it. Because like Singing Hill Psycho, I've loved pretty much every single installment. So I'm like, yeah, I see myself really enjoying this one. And I made it to 40%. I think I started off at like 18%. So I'm at 40%
Dang.
now.
Okay.
I mean, it's also a novella, but like it's shorter than The Woods All Black.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like Niveau styling. Like her writing style in this novella series is really, really good.
I love that. I love that you picked a book that you know you're probably gonna like.
Especially as an arc.
Mm-hmm.
Because I actually read another arc, and I already posted the review of it on my Instagram, and I am very disappointed in. So I was like, you know what? I need to read an arc where I'm like, you know what? I'm not getting disappointed.
I feel because like you can definitely get into like that slump with arcs, especially if you're trying like new authors or new genres, and you're like, I'm gonna branch out and try something, and it's like, oh, oops. That was my first mistake, I think, when I started using NetGalley, when I was trying to get like my percentage up, was just requesting all different kinds of books and then getting into like a kind of like a slump or a burnout because of the books.
Yeah. I was in a reading slip in March, so I really had I had plans on which arcs I was going to read because I wanted to read arcs like a month or two before they're officially out and stuff.
Yeah.
Like reviewing purposes, but I was in a reading slip in March, so I'm kind of like trying to catch up on things. So with that other arc, Immortal Pleasures, that one already came out, but like I wanted to at least finish reading that arc, and also because I was struggling to read it, so I was like, no, I need to finish it. But like, part of me is kind of like, maybe I should have just DNF it, but I'm also just like, but like it was the first time that Del Rey approved of me of an arc, so I'm like, I kind of just want to finish it.
You don't want to disappoint them.
Right.
Yeah. That's how I am. I think there's been a few arcs I've DNF'd, and then I'll give it like a middle rating just so I can leave a review. And I've been like, this just wasn't for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because I found that's honestly the best way to keep your rating up.
I mean, that's why I have been doing this year, because I was really worried. I was like, dang, I want to read all these, I want to read more arcs, but like, what if I DNF them? I'm like, well, I'm just gonna give the arcs probably like a 2-star rating on NetGalley and say like, hey, I DNF'd it at this percentage, just to be like, hey, let y'all know this is a DNF review, but like this is just for transparency. I tried to read the book, and these are the reasons why I just had to put the book down. I'm sorry, but I tried. But at least with this one, I'm enjoying it, and
that's good.
And also, I've been improved of so many other arcs, especially for arcs that are coming out much later in the year. So I'm trying to finish. I'm trying to read the arcs that I have for the first half of the year before I start reading the arcs that come later. So I'm trying to be like, okay, so like by the time it's like around June-ish, I'm hoping to read all the arcs that for all the books that came out in the spring, so that when it's time for summer in June, I can focus on the summer and fall arcs. I do have several fall arcs that I'm like, wow, I'm approved of these things. Okay, cool. Let's read these other arcs first.
That's how I felt with when I got approved for Compound Fracture.
Like,
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, I also got approved of that arc too, and I have not started it because I'm like, no, it's too soon.
It's too soon.
Other things.
Oh, it felt like that felt like a dream.
Yes.
Because I just got to meet Andrew earlier this month or last month, and then I got approved for Compound Fracture. I was like, okay, this is like the second best thing that's happened to me this month.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's catch a comment. Oh,
No one saw that, and if you did, you did not.
I didn't even notice it until you said the comment. So clearly, it happened after.
I like went to turn off this lamp right here,
Mm-hmm.
and I like slipped backwards into the chair, and I was like, yeah, they totally saw. Like anyone who was looking at the camera or looking at the video saw that me do that.
Well,
but no, you didn't.
Nope. All right, y'all. My brother's coming over with my niece and Dougie nephews, so I'm gonna head out and prepare for the chaos. Had so much fun hanging out though. Bedhead days are like this are so boring because there's not much I can really do. So I was happy this live stream was happening and made my day more fun. Aw.
I'm gonna message Nat later, for sure.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us, Nat. I do hope that this head day doesn't feel as bad at least, so maybe improve later on the day. But I'm glad that you were at least able to join us for the Sprints for Vibes.
And hopefully the chaos is fun chaos.
Yes. A friend hooked up with FT Lukens, devoured Deep Waters yesterday, so I just mass borrowed all their books and I started my second book from them.
I really liked Deeper Waters. That's a really cute one.
I never heard of this book.
It's a YA fantasy romance. It's like I think like Little Mermaid.
Okay.
Kind of. It's very cute. It's very I read it I think last year. And then I got approved for an arc of their other book that came out more recently. I don't know if you've read any of their other books, FT Lukens. But they're very cute. I think all of them are like queer love stories or like queer young adult. They're pretty good. Very like light for the most part, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, I've heard about this author from So This Is Ever After. I've heard of that book, Spellbound. I've heard of that, and I think I've seen the cover for Otherworldly. Okay, now this is starting to be familiar. Okay, so I was like, I'm blanking. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is an author I'm familiar with, like on Bookstagram and stuff. So
yeah, I really liked. I really liked In Deeper Waters. I just thought it was like a fun, like sweet, like queer fantasy that felt just like it was a good time.
Alrighty, cool. Oh, even though I have 4 other books due in 4 days. You know what? It'd be like that. It really be like that. The thing is, though, is that if it's a physical copy and if the library does not do any library fees, or at least they don't do library fees until like months later, then I'm going to hold on to these physical books. Okay. I'm like, look, I literally have 4 other books from my library over here. And I'm like, I don't know when these books are due. And even if they are due, just say renew, or if it's overdue, I'm like, well, y'all just gonna wait because I want to read them. And right now I'm not ready to return them. So the only one though, I'm like, okay, I kind of want to return though is The Wizard of Old Black, since it's a 2024 release and I don't want people to wait too long for it. I don't know. When it comes to like 2024 releases or just new releases in general, I don't want to hold on to them for so long since there's already such a long hold list, like a whole thing. So I'm like, it's only if it's like a book, like, you know, if people aren't really on too much on holds of it, then I'm like, well, then I'm gonna hold on to it. But like, I like to be considerate because I don't like when people just hold on to a book and you're not returning it. Return it to the library, please, for the rest of us.
I'm really fortunate. Like my physical copies of books, my library it's kind of like a bittersweet thing where it's definitely a decent sized library branch, but there's not usually a lot of holds on books. So I'm very lucky that the majority of the time, if I have a book out, I can have it for the 3 weeks that they let them, let you have them. And then I can just renew and renew and renew.
Nice.
Majority of the time. But I do the same thing. If it's a newer release, I try to get it back in as soon as I can.
Do you want pasta and chicken?
Not right now. Thank you. My brother was asking if I wanted dinner.
Honestly, it is definitely time to eat for sure. I need to get some dinner or lunch. Even.
Everybody eat. Everybody eat, drink.
Yes, drink some water. Yeah, but anyways, I think that will be our final sprint. Honestly, we've been here for a while.
And honestly, but it's so fun. It does not feel like I'm looking at the time where it's like it's been 4 hours. It does not feel like it's been 4 hours.
Right. I was like, wait, what the heck have we been doing for 4 hours? And I'm like, wait, we did a 90-minute sprint and we did a lot of talking, and then we did a 30-minute sprint and we were talking. I'm like, Oh yeah. Okay. Oh well.
I love it though.
Yes. But anyways, yeah, I think that was our final sprint. So thank you all for joining. Thank you, Dana, for
Thank you
saying
for having
yes.
me. Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely I'm trying to get really more comfortable and used to just asking people if they want to be a guest host for reading sprints, because that's the only thing that's really consistent on this channel is reading sprints. I ain't consistent any other way. just reading sprints, y'all. But yeah, it's always fun though just to have Dana come in, or any other anyone else who wants to be a guest host. So I'll try to be better about it though. Try to reach out more.
I can totally understand though, like why it would be daunting. Like even if like, like we're friends and it still can be like, oh, I don't want to bother.
Right. Or what if they're busy? Or what if
Yeah.
I don't know. Just what ifs. I'm like, if it doesn't work out for one day or time, we just reschedule it. It don't matter. It is what it is. But yeah, Dina, anything you wanna like plug or announce? Anything?
Ooh, no, I don't think so. I mean, it's not really a personal plug for me, but if remember to call your representatives, calling for a ceasefire and divestment from, if you're on campuses, supporting your Palestinian friends, allies, all, do everything you can in regards to that. Donating to bail funds if you can, or basically just sharing any links to donations is probably, instead of a plug for myself, that's kind of what I want to plug.
All right. Yep.
Maybe that.
Hearted on all that. I also have links in the video description of all these live streams, and even in my regular videos, as far as ways to educate yourself, keep updates on things, not just on Palestine, but also like Sudan, and Congo.
Yes.
I try to update that in my video description. So always check the video descriptions as always. Even I think I have like a couple book recs in the live stream description as well, if any of y'all are interested. I do have a couple plugs for myself. I did recently post a reading vlog of me reading The Tainted Cup by Robert Jackson Bennett.
Yes.
So that's been up since yesterday. So if y'all haven't seen that one, y'all can watch that. And I do have plans to schedule reading sprints for May for the Asian Readathon. I mean, I'm not like a co-host or anything for the readathon, but I just like having sprints. So
yeah,
I do have a few sprints in mind as far as dates and times. So I think I'll have them posted after these sprints are done. So y'all can look forward to that too, from a reminder. But also, just to let y'all know, the dates and times, they can easily be moved. So, if y'all see a date and time for something and you don't see for that date and time, no, you didn't. I just changed my mind. Okay? It happens. It just be happening. Y'all don't. It be happening. So yeah, something to look forward to. I guess my wrap up for April. It's definitely. I will say this for my April wrap up. It is a much better reading month. It'll be a lot better reading month this time than it was March. So something to look forward to.
God.
Yes. And then I think, depending, I mean, I'm saying this into the ether, but we shall see if this actually comes to fruition, because for some reason, like, I tend to have the tendency to just delete footage, especially for vlogs, but I am currently working on a vlog. So we shall see if it, goes out to ether, depending if I feel like deleting it, but I'm going to push myself through it, be like, nope, don't delete it. Don't delete it. Just
delete it.
Keep going. So yeah, there will be a vlog as well, hopefully, and then my wrap up. So that's pretty much all y'all need to know. But anyways, thank you all for coming on to these sprints, and I hope to see you all my next sprints or video, whatever have you. So yeah, bye.